Ding ding. How's everyone doing? We've got PMIs in 14 minutes. Well, S&P PMIs in 14 minutes. Ooh, fancy. Right. We could see SPX push up to 40, 45 before the PMIs come out. There's a bit of a ramp after 35, so I would keep an eye on that. You're shitting me. Oh. Four GoEV charts, you coward. Sup, Gherk? Barry here, reporting to chat bright and early. How you doing, Barry? It's good to have you back. We expecting downsies after PMI? I guess I'll buy calls then. No, not necessarily. It depends on if PMI is beat or not. I will say that the call interest currently on the chain kind of tops out around 45, much like it did yesterday. But um, that can change. Hot PMIs should technically be bearish. That doesn't mean they will be. Let's make some money today. That would be ideal. Discord working? You sound terrible though. Oh, okay. Well, that's working's a start. Do I sound terrible because I'm getting sick, or is it just terrible? Morning, Lawrence. Discord's still down for me. Yeah, sorry to hear that. I had a hot PMI once. My wife thought I peed. Okay. Ultimately, every investor's journey is deeply personal. However, even if you have to use flashcards, grinding on the fundamentals vocabulary and paper trading garner the best results. Oh, I see what you're doing here. You're talking to someone else. YouTube you sounds good. Ah, okay. You're sick again? I might be getting sick, yeah. Oh no, they're trying to murder my canoe. Stop it. How did GoEV tips look today? Not so hot in the pre-market, to be honest, but that can turn around pretty quickly. Ooh, actually pretty good. Huh. You know what? I think I'm gonna stay long. I discovered this crazy thing today that constrains the outer bounds of volatility into a single candle indicator that quells fears of uncertainty. It's called the 5-minute chart. Can I send you some healing crystals? It must be the thick blood. Sure. Yeah. Is it just like kitty litter? Do I just spread them around on my floor? Like the absorbent kind that would make sense, right? Because it's so absorbent. It'll obviously you have to lick them. Uh You're still holding AMD June puts. Not as many as I initially bought, but I got a few left. I know you're not serious, Nick. You're far too autistic to believe in hocus pocus. Mind showing the tips? It's not gonna do you any good. You don't know what they mean. But yes, I'd love to. Some people just like to watch. Yeah, I can tell. Are we going past $1 on Fubo? I really want to buy there. You probably missed the bottom yesterday. Express is hurtling towards RQ status. Ooh, oil about to go under 80. I guess more production cuts are coming. I don't think we need more production cuts. It it like touched 80 today. A lot of this is just people shorting. Are you holding cat through earnings? Unlikely. It's really unlikely. Hmm. Everything's staying moderately bullish for now. Support here is not the strongest. There's still a lot of puts at 50.25. Although some of them took profit in the pre-market on the bounce. Supposedly, yesterday's run was triggered by a statement from a guy at BlackRock. Which I kind of want to... Excuse me? Hmm. That's weird. Still straddled S&P or going more long? I have my straddle that I opened last night. Barrick up. I saw that. The rate cuts in June guy? Yeah. You're a guy at BlackRock. No, I'm not. What price did you enter AMD puts? Or does it look too bullish? I wouldn't buy them right now. I just have some left over that I didn't scale out of. I guess if it fell back through 50, I probably wouldn't pick more up either. It's already like most of the way to my PT. I'm more likely to get stopped out of my puts than I am to keep them. Was that the 40 test? Almost. Hmm. It's like 76 from yesterday. Might be a little bit of resistance here, but also these are the PMIs. Right? Yeah, PMI should be out now. Let's take a look. 50.9, 49.9. Ooh, PMIs are lower. Interesting. Manufacturing contracting. Services down, composite down. It's not down that much. It's like 49.99. The bulls need to relax here. Sent you a Ko-Fi. Thank you. Why didn't it pop up? Is this fucking thing broken again? Dude, that's awesome. Congratulations. Thank you so much. I'm glad that worked out for you. Do you have options data on Boeing? Yeah. I appreciate it, man. What do you want to know? Call interest has been picking up a little bit, but it's way below like DN and GN. It's deep into bear territory. Was BNet a pickles pick? No. Way too risky. It was initially just like a stock that me and Dark were fucking around with. Is GoEV going to 50 or 100 now? PMI just saved Tesla. Did it? I don't know about that. When's Tesla's earnings? Tonight? Yeah. How much covering is due on GoEV? It's pretty fucking illiquid, so I'd imagine a decent amount. No, I didn't check to see if it was still on Reg Show last night, which is probably something I should have done. They definitely got a little bit done into close yesterday. Yeah, it's still on Reg Show. Huh. Extraordinarily cheap. Delta's falling off a little bit. Maybe getting some sold calls into that big fucking strangle. Yeah, let's see where this goes. I'm not seeing a ton of out of the money positioning builds. We're getting a bit of call interest at 50-50. But that's probably sold. There's so many fucking calls above us. What the fuck? It's not that many. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. I think those calls are sold, man. I think they're selling those calls. Dirk. Did you get into the cat play yet? A bit, yeah. 60-80 spreads. It's really bullish if we squeeze them. Hmm. What's a good cost basis on gold? I feel like 16 would still be okay. Feel like a buy and hold? Are you talking about Barrick? 16's not terrible, at least not historically. What are your thoughts on Upstart? Potential for an OPEC settlement run this week? Possibly, although there's not a lot of covering on it. I do know that it spiked back to the 23 level today. I think if it breaks up, it might be worth playing. It's pretty illiquid. But they have earnings coming up next Tuesday. What's the benefit of a 20-point wide bull call versus 5 points? You could take profit sooner. Not much at close. Honestly, the return on like risk is probably higher on the 5 wide if you carry it through to expiration. But I don't intend to stay long cat through earnings. I'm not seeing much range until more calls come in. What are your thoughts? Same. Same. There's a big strangle still on the options chain. So I think bulls probably still want to crush realized vol more before GDP tomorrow. But we could test 50 here before we hit like a point of failure. It looks like futures are going for that, right? They're really pushing like right up into resistance there. Sure. Hmm. Kind of stable, but getting more bearish. Hmm. Yeah, this might be starting to turn around a bit. The reversal was kind of strong, but it got rejected pretty hard. Mm. Yeah, we'll see. Have a crow. Another month of thanking you for what you taught me so far. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. S&P say the overall reduction in workforce numbers is centered on services where employment decreased solidly and to the largest extent since mid-2020. In fact, excluding the opening wave. Interesting. Yeah. Although I wonder if that's just reflective of all the beginning of year layoffs. GDP is Thursday. Oh yeah, durables tomorrow. Fucking everything's in the back, like the very end of the week. GDP and PC are Thursday, Friday, which is so weird. I can't get used to that. Thoughts on drop back to 40 or less to get the bottom half of the strangles? Or are they all waiting for tomorrow? The bottom half of the strangles down at like 49.75. I sold both of my Upstart and Fubo positions yesterday to watch them go 5% today. Ouch. What did the BlackRock dude say? Oh, it was like we can have 2 more rate cuts this year, I think. Yeah, BlackRock's writer said the Fed can still cut twice this year. And that was at 12:26. TLT running, I mean, rate hike expected. Is TLT really running? The 20 year is only down like 0.17. Dollar's dropping off pretty hard though. Here's the 50 test. We already got that. Is BNet over? No. Well, port's up 12%, and my stop's just triggered. I don't get no more quarters to play the machine. GG market. Well, at least you made some money. How big of an obstacle could a 350 be on GoEV? It's like all sold calls, so a huge obstacle. Good morning, Trash. Is R stocks the funniest subreddit? No, R value investing. And then R dividends. Rumor is you're playing Tesla earnings. Rumors are incorrect. Some BlackRock guy now moves the market more than actual voting Fed members. Classic. Yep. Yep. Someone needed to come in and say the bullish thing, and he took it upon himself. What a Chad. Same like hashtag value investing channel in the pickle jar. Has anybody ever commented in there? Hey, iOS Discord app updated, audio works again. Awesome. Our fire is pretty funny too. Yeah, I don't really read that one very often though. It doesn't pop up in my feed frequently. But yeah, 30 somethings eating ramen every night so that they can retire in 15 years is hysterical to me. It's like I'm gonna ruin the best years of my life in order to enjoy the worst ones. What a great strategy. If you really want to laugh, look at our passive income. Every thread is the OP realizing that everything needs some maintenance and you can't turn 1K into 100K a year in passive income. No, you can't. But you can open a laundromat. We're all doing that already, though. Think of the impact sitting all day has on your health. I prefer not to. Ew. Things are getting bullish again. Gross. Is this just another Head and Shoulders? Huh. Alright, let me take a look at where the volume is. It'd be pretty hard to lose 40 to the downside at this point. Pushing for the gamma flip point at 55. The majority of gamma flips positive there. If we hit 55, it's bull time. Break 55, it's bull time. Yeah. Hmm. Get a little higher to go to test that reversal point. What's that at? Like 50, 57? Like ES. ES needs to go a bit further to confirm a reversal. I loved when drop shipping was the way, then selling blank notebooks is the thing. Now AI videos is the thing. Should I not be sitting here all day? I should just be pumping out AI. I just need an AI me that does this. How can I turn this 50-cent piece into 2 million without any work in 3 months? That's no. I think Greek bought back into GME sub 10, and it's too ashamed to tell the pickle jar he did it. Oh, I would have told everyone if I bought back into GME. I have not. Have you seen any news on TAP? The move was exceptional. No, no, I haven't. Who's bringing Dixie down? PMI's falling isn't like the PMI's falling wasn't a big help for the dollar. Also, yields are dropping pretty hard right now. Well, not that hard, but a little bit. Can you see if the tips are touching on MYDK? I don't have the data for that to check it. So no. I don't think. MYDK? That's not a thing. Aren't you a VTuber yet anyway? You could triple your donos easy. You think so? I mean, the easiest way to make a bunch of money while also being an idiot is just get good at sales. True. True. Yeah, GoEV's kind of fallen off. I don't know if that really means anything. I think as long as it holds $3, it's fine, but I would have preferred it stayed above delta neutral. Still above gamma neutral, though. Hmm. Alright. We're getting maybe another shot at a little bit of a breakdown. After this test. 52.66. Another rejection. Maybe this one will be a little stronger. Choppy. Ooh. That's fun. Yeah, this is not quite bearish yet, but things are reversing a little. We're not getting a lot of out of the money call buying on this. Still a lot of, well, actually, you know what? I don't really think the 40-45 levels are that supportive. I think most of those calls are sold. Stop talking negative, Gherkin. We need this to go to the moon. Well, it found support again, which is infuriating. Vol's still picking up a little. I don't think, I don't know if we could fill the gap. That's kind of questionable. But we could maybe retest 25. The call sellers and the call buyers are kind of neck and neck here. So I'm not really sure it's applying all that much downward pressure. But momentum is turning slightly in the bear's favor. Very slightly. Most of the cover bid through here got blown out yesterday on the move up, so the MM's not really helping the situation much. I'm tired of being poor. Please help. Gherkin in pigtails and a schoolgirl skirt with a trill high pitched voice, calling me an idiot for buying puts before confirming. My knees are weak. Can someone buy a share of GoEV for $5 to make us all happy for a second? Bullish today and tomorrow. Overall, yeah. Possibly Thursday as well. The Gex you posted this morning looked like 55. Seemed like upper resistance. Did I misunderstand that? I think you maybe missed. The biggest bar there was at 45 on the upside, if that's what you're talking about. That wasn't 55. I ghosted your hedge spread 517, 50, 50, 51, 15. I'm angry at how up they are. They're pretty awesome. Have you tried not being poor in rooms and Tims? I mean, that's really the easiest way of fixing it. Engaging a buy order for a fractional GoEV share for $1,000. How are we bullish if there's no upside positioning to squeeze? Well, there's still a lot of people buying calls here. And calls are also being sold. Additionally, I'm pretty sure the 45 and 40 calls are also sold. And if we push up enough, those could squeeze off also. So I'm kind of betting that those positions continue to grow and we get a little bit of a pullback, but I think on that pullback those short calls will close and we'll probably move up higher towards the end of the day. Can we squeeze the GoEV shorts, please? We might test 350 again. Although I'm not going to say that this rejection was very compelling. Holy fuck, this is taking forever. Ooh, Delta dropping a little? Is it though? Maybe. Slow fucking distribution. You know, this looks a lot like... Kind of looks a lot like mid-September 23. A lot like that. Ooh, slight breakout. Not lined up. Do not like getting a foothold at 55. Hmm. 56 is the test. 50, 56.82 is the March low. We're very close to it. GoEV's picking back up again. Someone pulled their two 300 lot sell orders on ES. Okay. What happened in mid-September? We bounced up and then chopped around a bunch and then fell back down really hard. Do you have stops on your 50-40 puts? No. But I'll probably set some now. Yeah. Soon. Hmm. ES hasn't really failed here yet. It did get rejected, but it hasn't failed. Mm, that was interesting. Gaps filled. Buying the dip. Oh. Left a downside gap this time. Hmm. What the fuck are we pushing into here? 60's resistance. The ramp above 60 though. BlackRock guy is talking again. I don't know about that. Spot 5100 test ES. We're gonna squeeze out those short calls soon if this keeps up. What the fuck? Yep, that's the short call squeezed out. Not most of them. Where though? There was like no volume on the fucking 0 DTE calls there at all, Doric. So 75 now. No short vol really either. Charmadillo. No. From the 50-50 strike? I don't think there's enough interest there. $5,100's out of the money. Gherkin, NVIDIA. Yeah, I know. Sorry, 40-45. Oh. Yeah, but those aren't closing. Those are still there, right? Yeah, I'm not seeing any of them close up. Is it true there's always someone underwater? Yeah. Generally speaking. This looks way overextended. It's not. We could definitely test 75 or 80 at this point, especially if the short calls continue to squeeze off. That was tricky. Zero fucking buying, and yet we just keep going up. Yeah, I think it's just hedging. How far can this pull back? 45, 40? Not necessarily. It depends on how aggressive the dip buying is. I can tell you that even if we drop at this point, VIX isn't going to go up very much. No, 45 or 40. Not 45, 40. Hmm. 60 is pretty strong. And then the downside of 60 is moderately defensive. Delta's falling off a bit more steadily. I should take profits on the video. No. Pushed all the way into the 5100 test on ES. Ridiculous upside move for PMIs that were basically just flat. The negative beta on GoEV is insane. Yeah. Nice. to 825. Ooh, back up above view up. Can we break down to 40? Yeah, but we could also just go up to 75. I'd say both are distinctly possible here. The move up was really weird. Somebody must have positioned long further out somewhere. Or it was further out 50 longs getting hedged. Like 50-50. There's a decent amount of call interest there. What's weird though is like we're not getting like spot up, vol up. Like we're not really seeing a lot of the short calls squeeze off, which is what you'd be expecting here. Remember that week we didn't do this? That was cool. Yeah. This this like 50-54 to like 50-66 move was really strange. There was very little shift in like zero DTE volume, almost none. Even though it looks like short calls got squeezed off, but it could be like an alternate product. Yeah, Doric, like options ETFs or something. Sub 5100 future sellers. Hmm. Maybe. I mean, support at 5092. 5075. Return to 5075 is what? Like 50, that's basically a return back to 5040. Can AMD go up more? Probably as long as Nvidia is going up, yeah. I think the next upside resistance on AMD is like 150, 450. I'm gonna get stopped out of my Nvidia longs if it keeps dropping. Cat's at 364 now, up 2%. That one still looks good. I don't think I'm gonna cut that. Meta 2.5, Netflix 2.4. Russell's up 146 points. Healthcare is lagging. Probably should have just stayed short. It was so risky. Hmm. Short-term momentum starting to turn a little bit. ES has support at 90, which is $6 to the downside. It takes more volume to bring GoEV down than it does to make it go up. Yes. Yes. It's the bid ask to the upside's a bit illiquid. There's short vol. Well, that's kind of just stabilizing this shit. God damn it. Hmm. This is the part where we test 50-25 and VIX falls below 16. Unfortunately. But I don't think we're going to test 50-25. We're very close to the reversal signal on ES. That's only like $20 to the upside. We could get one more downside test before that happens, but I don't think it's going to go to 50-25. Maybe 50-75. I'd be surprised if we retested like 50-50. No, I don't, Lawrence. And I don't think PMI was all that soft. New home sales were up. Richmond Fed -7 versus the prior -11. Manufacturing shipments down. Fed Services Index down. We have an auction at 2 p.m. or 1 p.m. Sorry. Hmm. This is ES retesting 100. That would be the 103 test, which is resistance at 66. Looks like another leg up incoming. Not really. Looks kind of flat for now. Volume's very low, at least. Dollars. So we found support at 5100. Resistance is at 5103. We're almost testing. Close. It's 5104. Close my debit spreads. Or just sit on them another month. This is pushing up too much. How are your overnight straddles doing? Fine. That's about it for liquidity on the ES order book. And then some. Put's dead. Oh, we have to see if this rejects again. which it may not. A little too high up the ramp here. SPX sits on a throne of lies. $59.56 is back here. Vol's turning up here, but I'm not sure if that short call's squeezing or short puts de-risking. Oh, okay. Well, that answers that question. No, I think shit is fairly unstable up here. I mean, I know we keep grinding higher and higher, but it's really not the strongest positioning. Maybe it's just bleed from tech. Yeah. I'm gonna do something to assess that a little bit better. That's a fatty of a candle. That's a start. There's still plenty of places to find support to the downside, though. Here. That's the technical, like, that's the 50-56 is like the technical reversal. Wow. Bull test. Didn't you predict this and that we're going to 51.25 before dropping tomorrow? Not tomorrow, but maybe into the end of the week. I think we can keep going up. I mean, yes, I'm long still. I have debit spreads. I think they're selling the 45s a bit. That may not be enough to reverse this. Yeah, doesn't look like those are changing much. And they didn't sell all of them. If they sold all of them, we'd be back at 5,000. Hmm. Alright, so ES is moving up to the 5092 test, which is where support should be. It's like $2 more out of the money. And if we break that, we could test ES 76. It's like okay volume on the downside here. It's not bad. Hmm. A little bit of support on QQQ. Retest of 5075. What on ES? Hmm. Short calls? 70, 75, 80? Ooh. Hmm. Could still be like 30 minutes, maybe more, before this actually breaks down. If we don't get more momentum here, it's gonna be rough. Short puts at... So we're short puts at 65. Not a lot at 60, 55, but a shitload at 50. Any chance of a return to open? Ooh, that'd be tough. It's not impossible. Like, if we lose 40, 45, we'd probably drop like a rock. But, I don't know if that's gonna happen. I'm more focused on, like, 50, maybe a 45 test. Below that seems really unlikely unless everything just starts dumping. Things are a little bit supportive here. I don't think they want to give up on that positioning yet. They've got a small foothold, which they need to combat, like gamma neutral, right? We're still below GN and DN. Well, DN on the monthly or weekly, rather. If GoEV is over 350, then 375 is on the table. If the 350 calls squeeze out, it could go to like $4 or $5. DN's at 130. I think it's like 131. Let me double check. Yeah, 131. That's I'm sure that's their goal before end of week is to get it pumped up to that level. Son of a bitch. Hmm. Just super fucking wide chop. There's no bears. I mean, not really. The market maker is probably the biggest influence to the downside. And that's only on declining prices. 1 p.m., the 2-year auction. If bulls get the reversal this week, how much do you think that pushes back a return to a healthy market? When did we have a healthy market? I know GDK could fuck the 10-year. The price of SPX has very little to do with the health of SPX or the economy. It was up $1,000. Now I'm down 1,300. It's rough. Do you see a chance for Fubo to hit $2 by end of week? That seems excessive. End of week? There's some covering on Fubo, a little bit. I don't know if it's gonna hit $2. It's got a ways to go. Do you guys have the tickers you're trading along with VIX or the ETF that coincides? Wait, what? I know you don't play earnings. I do play options. But any thoughts on Tesla for today? No. Options are overpriced. It's a good way to lose money. I think MM's pricing in like a 16 or 17% move. It's end of day Go EV pump CNS. Maybe. Yeah. It could have been net settlement. Although I think it started a little late. Go EV looks like it's kind of starting to recover. Okay, so they shorted vol down there, but they didn't get any price improvement off of it. PP's feels fixing. I'm disappointed. I thought you were above catcalling. Not at all. Never meet your heroes. Cat's kicking ass today. It's up like almost 2% already. Hmm. They're gonna pump again. I think Tesla will dump at some point today because everyone knows earnings will be awful. Also, worst case scenario, do you think Elon could sell some hopium and it flies tomorrow? I mean, Tesla's near like a technical bottom, and there's definitely a decent amount of call interest building on it. I wouldn't play it. I don't know why. I don't know why everyone feels the urge to play Tesla's fucking earnings. It's in a terrible spot, and options are wildly overpriced. There's almost no room to the downside, and upside bets are overpriced and could get crushed by what are likely to be pretty bad earnings. Are you ready for the largest tail on the 2 year since 1978? I don't think that's gonna happen. Although it's down enough today that it may print a tail. I don't think it's gonna be the largest one since 1978. As usual, wish I would have bought more cat. It's doing pretty well. The Nvidia longs are kicking ass too. I still got a few days on those. I'm not really sure if I want to keep them or not. It is above gamma neutral, which should technically be bullish. I still kind of want that breakout at 38 to confirm. About 1 May 17, 200 call? But on what? So index exposed? NVIDIA or a Caterpillar? They both are. But OI update. Let's see. Has anything really moved? We're kind of pinned to 60. Call interest falls off to the upside into the 70-75 test. That's why it acted as resistance earlier. But we have a lot of support at 50, 45, 40 on the downside move. So it's really hard for us to move under 55. But not so easy for us to move above 75. The top of our range for today should be somewhere around like 80, 85. So if we got like another big pump, we could go there. But this range is still pretty weak. Like even on a breakout here, it may only test like 70 again. We are getting slightly increased call interest. Almost all of the upside calls are zero, like 0 or 1 GTE. That's kind of turning around. If you had a 1 DTE 40-50 put, would you cut it or hold it in hopes of a failure? I already cut mine. Gold needs to go back up. Gold will go back up if the dollar falls. Or if... actually, it'd probably go up if... Huh. Sorry, 1 second. It'll probably go up if GDP is hot again. Right, because it's going to push more divergence. This weird backside recovery might fail too. Like 15 minutes. Yeah. Is this a Head and Shoulders on ES? Almost. It's a Head and Shoulders on SPX too. Although it might not fail very far. Just like, still like 50-50, right? And then there's support. The question is, if we do test 50-50, would the 40-45 calls close? Yeah. Is this bounce on the bottom of the correction going to fail? Or is there likely another leg down? Wait, what? You're saying the same thing twice. Is this bounce from the bottom of the correction going to fail? Or is there another leg? That would be another leg down would be a failure. Are we likely to continue pushing up and reclaim the high? I don't know about reclaiming the high, but we're very likely to push up and test delta neutral at a minimum. Don't begrudge Tesla bears their dreams. Houston Wade has $40 out of the money September pits. Oh, Jesus. Who gives a shit? Can someone tell NQ that it's supposed to be doing a Head and Shoulders, please? Delta neutral's at 131 right now, but it's falling closer to spot every day. More and more options interest is concentrating now that we've stopped trending down, right? And so that'll start to pull DN and GN closer to spot. What's the scoop? Rum raisin. Not a fan. Me either. Are you a holiday fruitcake fan? No, not even a little bit. What ritual do I need to make my 506 XSP put print? Might. That doesn't seem that terrible. Hmm. We're still below DN and GN. So, I mean, it's really a question of if we can get downside momentum. And if we can, then we can fall really hard, right? Because the MM is still selling into any downside move. Dude, what the fuck? I'm already long. I'm already long 50, 51, 15 spreads. Like a lot of them. Didn't I put my positioning in the thing, the beginning of the week. Tell me why 5068 SPX is undefeated. Oh, we're having a hard time breaking above that because call interest falls off at the 65 and 70 strike. I feel like that's mostly just psychological. Like no one's buying those calls. They're just buying the 75, which is creating resistance there. Is it significant that this bounce made it right up to where we had the big fail? Maybe. Even last week it held up. Last week it had a lot of like the 75 strike had a lot of puts. 5100 ES is like right at that level also, so that's an important level also. Well, at least on the future side. Jesus fucking Christ. Just go down. Just buy the every single dip day. Is it significant that I'm wearing mismatched socks? No. Well, I don't know. Did you think that you were wearing matching socks? PMI showed the tiniest bit of contraction possible at 49.9. Wow. Manufacturing, not services. Which means rate cut could remain on the table per the bull thesis. A rate cut. Which is already priced in. Ooh. I like that. That's a start. Forward returns on SPX moved positive for the first time in like 2 weeks today. That also encourages the bulls quite a bit. Yeah, I mean, Fed fund futures didn't change much. We're pricing in like three more points of cuts than we were this morning. So I don't think that really had a big effect. Yeah, it's a head and shoulder on the 5-minute. The dip buying is ridiculous, yes. And there's a ton of support from 50 to 40. Thoughts on Tier 1 Alpha? Garbage. Jesus H. Christ. Do we have to reverse every single fucking downtick? Immediately? I made $90 on a put. I feel lucky. Oh. Man, I fucking nailed the bottom on packs. It's already up 5%. Why is it running? I nailed the top on Go EV. Well done. A lot of their charts are wrong. That's that's my biggest problem with them. It's also just like a newsletter. And a lot of the data they give out is just useless. Pretty charts, mediocre data. Massively overpriced. I haven't listened to the new Taylor Swift album. Hmm. Thanks for continually pushing hedging of far-dated puts If we drop later this week, as you expected, and I don't totally overhold the call side, I'm in for pigeon whale. I mean, just remember to scale back, right? Like, so those debit spreads I had at the beginning of the week, I sold some yesterday. I've sold off a few today. I might sell more later if this starts to turn around more. Um, but yeah, you can scale back those hedges and take profits on them, right? That's the point of having them. Hey Taylor, say fuck a bunch in your songs. The angsty teens love that shit. Ugh. Awful. I'm back from playing with high dice. It seems like things have gotten worse. No, well, depending on when you left, things are actually just exactly the same as they were. I only listen to Southern Gothic and punk. Taylor's outside the envelope for now. Where's Popcorn Trader? He was in here like 3 minutes ago. Talking about his mismatched socks. This is looking like a you-know-what top. Hmm. A little bit. It just looks like a Head and Shoulders to me, though. What's the perfect ice cream sundae slash parfait? I don't like either of those things. He's implying that this is a diamond top, but I'm not sure that's a pattern that really exists on the 1 minute. We've been over this. It's all heads and shoulders. That's fine. We don't have to be friends because I don't like sundaes. I mean, they're just not my favorite way of serving up ice cream. I like cones. And ice cream sandwiches. I see a descending wedge. Breakout incoming. Can we all just stop doing TA on the 1 minute? Could you kick VIX to make sure it's still alive? Well, at least they haven't gotten it below 16, which is cool. We're stuck between 50, 68, and 61. Help me. It's interesting that you chose the most phallically shaped way to eat ice cream. Ice cream sandwich? Due to budgetary concerns, I had to replace the meat and meat soup with lentils. Let me know if you're coming over and I can make the good stuff. I'm alright. Ascending scallop on the 1 year. Why would I do that, Mike the Legend? That sounds disgusting. Is there a gamma ramp to the downside? No, not at all. Could the 60 support, like, I don't know, fuck off or something? Uh, I mean, even if it does, we're gonna have support at 55. We need momentum. We need some momentum to spook the call buyers at 40, 45, and 50. So we need a volumetric downside move. There's a gamma cushion all the way down to 50, 40. Yeah. Volumetric downside doesn't sound likely. Well, the MM's a seller of any move to the downside, so they can amplify the momentum. Who's responsible for the design and proliferation of AI peeners? JFresh. Does stalling here help bulls or bears? Bulls? Can this still go up today? 50, 90. 80, 85, maybe? End of day, that might expand more. But yeah, it could. Strap in, big boy. It's looking weak. Oh, because we got that slightly lower low. That's going to be the end of it. I hope so. I want that on the official record. What did, oh, about JFresh? Okay. I think it just means that the consolidation's becoming slightly more bullish. Call sellers aren't as aggressive today, which is annoying. Look at CrowdStrike. It looks like it's at resistance at 300. I bought some hours for a date puts. How's crowd looking? More important resistance at 292. It might have a little bit of a pullback. I don't know if it's gonna pull back that much, but maybe like a test at 95 or something. Do you have any options data on that? This is actually pretty bearish if it keeps slipping. I don't have it on there. No, I don't. Oh, maybe I have it over here. Hold on. Oh, nice. So, um, hmm. Yeah, I could fall back and test the 92.37. Is gamma neutral, which it broke earlier. It's generally pretty bullish. Jfresh called a dead cat bounce on what? Oh, on this? I mean, yeah, but that could still go a lot further to the upside. Any thoughts on BCSF? It's on a tear. I was hoping for a better entry on the big drop last week, but I got nothing. BCSF. Why is everyone asking me about their tickers today? Bain Capital. Looks like it's running on OPEX. I don't know. Volume's not very high. Might just be like short calls closing out. Nut milk greater than nut oil. Okay. The cat seems to be alive. Can I get a job as a bull just sitting in front of a computer tapping buy all day? That's called an asset manager. No Snickers. Do we still have a chance of breaking the daily high? Yes? This is the descending wedge breakout. A higher low? So we need... Oh, Jesus. If that fails, though, that's kind of cool. I don't know if it will. Hmm. Dow's pulling back a little bit. How's QQQ look? Thank you. And then, man, if it gets close to 292, that would be 1,000 profit. I just bought 3 puts at 297. I plan to sell before end of day. Okay, yeah, I mean, sometimes on a failed breakout of gamma neutral, it can fall back and retest. So you might have like a slight opportunity there. Good luck. Closing my 1 GTE put since that will trigger this to actually fail. Asset manager is what I call myself during spring break at South Padre Island. So the trick is turn the shoulder into a descending wedge. No, I mean this is kind of common when there's a lot of support, right? Is instead of getting like a full breakdown, you find support and get another like little bounce. And then if that failure can then fail, it's just kind of like bleeding off buy interest really slowly over time. That's why they describe this price action as being distributive, because you're getting in the money profit taking, out of the money call selling. Over time, that can leave positioning net bearish, right? It just takes a long time for it to bleed off. We had a similar kind of situation at the top of the day yesterday. It just broke down a lot faster, right? But it was less supportive yesterday than it is today. Oh, God damn, what did I do? Was that there? I don't remember. Ooh, failure. JD asking decent questions the last 2 days. Yeah. Distributes my portfolio to both bulls and bears. Should I load up on Tesla $0 puts for earnings? Oh, Jesus Christ. Would you rather lick part of a subway train every day or have the SPX trade like this every day? I mean, I don't really have a problem with the way SPX is trading today. This was the whole point of hedging out the upside positioning and picking up call side debit spreads out of the money, right? So theoretically, this is the dream. It's annoying because I want the market to go down, but it gives. If you're making money off it, who gives a shit? I'm guessing from your several statements today that you did not hedge off the upside back when we were under 5,000. Otherwise, you'd be saying things like, woo, fuck yeah, in the money, let's go. Would you rather make a bunch of money every day or lick a subway train? Subway. I mean, well, hold on. Is it covered in an ice cream sundae? I closed puts, and I don't play the overnight anymore because I'm in Turkey. Oh, yeah, okay. What are you doing there? It's covered in the frosting from that one cookie company. Looking at houses to buy in Turkey? Hmm. Quick question in DMs. Yeah, sure. I mean, it works for now, but I definitely want different colors. Do me give it. Alright. Yeah, I could throw some. Hold on. Oh, there it goes. We'll see if it fails. Um, This one's kind of cool too. Yeah, the problem is this could turn bullish pretty quickly. QQQ hasn't failed here, right? So apparently the only buyers that exist are at 50, 62, 90. Was there any call interest supporting this move? There's in the money calls keeping us here. There's out of the money calls, but mostly above 70. And so that's creating a pretty strong resistance to the upside. Otherwise, we would have run up already. But we'll see where this breakout tests, because it could still test quite a bit higher. A lower high here would be bearish if we get another lower high. But this is a reversal of like the back end of the head and shoulders. That's what all this grinding was, right? But then if that fails, you know, they put all this effort into reversing it. So if it fails back below 55.80, the supportive positioning that came in here will also fail. And that could add momentum to a downside move. The other way to look at this could be like this. Instead of just looking locally at the downtrend. X is still flat. So most of this is just getting pushed by QQQ. Although I'm not sure. Yeah, gamma's pretty unchanged. Delta really didn't pick up that much higher than we were at earlier. I wouldn't say that this breakout's very strong. Is GoEV the last bastion of stability in this market? No, not at all. But it's holding up, which is cool. Got a little bounce above VWAP again. Maybe we get the retest of the short calls on this move. Need to test back at 350. That'd be the fourth, third test, I guess. The last time it broke up through 350, it ran to 481, which was pretty good. And there should be a bit more pressure on it this time around than there was last time. Because of the reg show inclusion. Lots of disagreement between ES and SPX on some of these candles. How much do you think of the OI on GoEV May 17 call chain? Is pickle jar 80%? No, a lot of it was already there. Are they going for 51.25? Maybe over the next couple of days. When VIX back above 19, if SPX falls below 49.50. Gap up. Hmm. Doesn't really go anywhere. We're trying to retest the trend off of the bullish consolidation, which is fairly common. Although still quite a bit short. Let's see, where was the test? 5106.50, but there's resistance at 5103.25. Hmm. Looks like this is going to close below the resistance. $26,000 contracts. Volume's declining quite a lot. Hmm. Oops. Any change in fucking open interest? 70, 75, still looks about the same. Still resistance at 70. But a pullback would probably still get hung up at 60. No profit taking on the 45 or 40 still. So those are still supportive. Hmm. What time is it? 12:17. 50-25 a reasonable target, seeing how much interest there is, or is it more likely hedging? I don't think 50-25 is a very reasonable target right now. Maybe if we break 40. It still looks almost impossible to pull off. Hmm. 50-68, I love you. Big ups before the meeting, and then when it kicks off, big downs when it kicks off by the looks of it. You mean the 2-year auction? What meeting? What's impossible to pull off? I don't remember what I was talking about. What's something I was just looking at? Oh, the drop below 50-40. Unless the 2-year prints at like 5.1 or something. I'll slaz into some Go EV shares. Gross. Straddling NQ can't lose. I mean, you could. In fact. It's just money. It's all fake anyway. Alright, that's true. I would like VIX to go back to 17 today. Send me all your money since it's so disposable to you. No. What is this bullshit? Still weak. Pull back to 510, but we already got that yesterday. Another one would be kind of weird. We still haven't tested that 50-80 level. Just leaves this bounce just short of where it needs to be. See right here. That's where we'd be looking for like the reversal signal. That's like basically just at 50-80. And then into a retest of the like long-term trend, which would be at like 51.30 to 51.36 ish. 50-70 top, 51-25 secret top. No. I think secret top's higher than that. A full reversal would be back to like 5,200. Otherwise, this is still just like a capitulation rally. Do you think we could get $10 more out of this? I mean, that's what bulls are fighting tooth and nail to get. I don't know. There's not a lot of strength at the 65-70 strike, so it's still not working out. Ooh, that's kind of nice. Ooh. Mm. Was anyone else a stream choppy, or is that my net zero doing that? It's... $70 test. It was boring. Dude, DMs. What do you got? 5080, come to data. Yeah, or maybe not. I want to close some more debit spreads here. FUBO 116, 2026, leaps coming in. Are you the one buying them? This breakout needs volume. Yeah, everything needs volume, which is severely lacking right now. That's our second test of the trend, though. On ES. $153. If it breaks 75, we can test 85. Maybe even 90. Well, 90 would require a lot more call buying come in, but total gamma is still kind of inching up. It hasn't really... The persistent buying hasn't really stopped. It's just not a lot of it. There's the 70 test. It's still at resistance. $51.15. $51.20. Just go long. Yes, on a pullback here. The video is still kind of underperforming. QQQ broke up, but it looks weak. It's a rising wedge. Do you see why ups like this always look so weak, but they rarely fail? They're well supported. So it's like all in the money buying, not out of the money buying. So lots of delta, very little gamma. Which they have to do, right? Because the market maker is a seller on downside moves. And that's why like the rejections look so strong. It's because the sells that breakdown. And if they don't have enough gamma to support it, everything will just crumble. So they can't do the like zero sell the put, buy the out of the money call shit that they do when we're above gamma neutral. Sounds like I'm waiting for a breakdown to enter puts then. That's usually the best time. Huh. But like 15 down to be sure. I mean, puts probably really aren't worth it unless we fail 50 and we start pushing out the long calls. Maybe 60. They might start selling off on a breakdown of 60, but it's unlikely. They held through the last one. Give me 1 second. Would you consider a breakdown here? A sub 60? Yeah, sub 60 can pressure out calls, but I don't know. It's still just grinding up for now. Almost all of the call interest is 0 DTE, so it could fail if we get a reversal, but right now we're just caught in between like 55 where there's support and 65.70 where there's a ton of resistance. Technically, they didn't hold through the last one. They added more. Nah, a little bit, not a lot. They're already stacked, right? Triple bottom on the Beyond Daily. I don't think that matters much. I've not looked at AWI. Industry stuff. What's a wall system? I want to stream my fish tank so I could view it work. Boss gave me an iPod Touch, didn't work. Then I was like, you can have this webcam, brand new Huddly IQ. I don't know what that is. Cool. They'll pump it to 800 right before the auction prints a tail. 50, 80 or 80. Yeah, probably. It makes sense to pump it into the auction, at least. Although, then if the auction's bullish, there's not a lot of upside room. What's the 2-year down today? 90 points? That seems way off. Really low GDP expectations. Dollars back down at 105.71. Yuan's still falling against the dollar. Yen's stable against it, but the pound's way up. Did Great Britain have PMIs last night? Oh, they did. Their manufacturing came in way under. Services was up. Building permits was negative. Red Book was up. Themselves 42-day action. Just flat. We got money supply at 1 o'clock too. Wait, no, I don't want NVIDIA to fail more. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's kind of okay. Ooh, I wonder if my put side will print. No, there's no fucking way. I need NVIDIA to fall below 800 again. That's gonna be tough. By Friday? Maybe I should just cut them. NVIDIA below 800 by end of day. That'd be fucking awesome. I assume you saw the statements, non-statements of the Japanese finance minister last night. I just ignore their elected officials because they have zero influence on the Bank of Japan. Bank of Japan hasn't listened to them in 30 years. It's not going to start now. How dumb are the calls? Or calls here? I'm bored. And it depends on how the 2-year auction turns out. But there's not a ton of upside. And even if we break out, price action will probably stall at like 85.90. Nikkei News is a better source on BOJ intent than the Japanese government. That's because they just leak their decision 3 days before their meeting. They're unsaucing our meatball. Okay, you need to calm down because they're absolutely not. Well, not yet. We're still like $30 from the meatball breaking through the surface of the sauce. This market's so fucking stupid. I was glad I was able to sell that idiotic Tesla May 200C for a profit. No diamond hands? I've turned the stove up and the sauce is evaporating. I would actually argue that nothing has happened since we broke 55 earlier. Oh, Jesus Christ. GoEV's breakout has been dissuaded by retail confusion, buying Kazoo instead of Canoe. GoEV's doing fine. It's still holding above, well, what was yesterday's delta neutral at least. 12 minutes. 12 minutes to pump it up to 80. Wait, isn't the auction an hour and 12 minutes from now? It's 11 minutes from now. What's the DN on GoEV today? Oh, I don't know. It probably doesn't matter. Expectations for tech earnings this week and the effect on indexes. Can they drop even with EPS beats? Guidance has to be a little shaky. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking overall for this earnings season, we're going to see a further decline in guidance. EPS could stay in line, but I don't think we're going to see the improvements that we saw in like Q3, Q4. So yeah, probably reductions in forward guidance. The big question there is that going to affect tech yet? And we don't know. Tech could be, a quarter, one more quarter behind and really feeling that pinch. Because they are well capitalized, right? And they're not gonna be affected by tightening financial conditions. The video failing? Yeah, a little bit. Delta neutral's still under 800 though. Doesn't really get bearish until it fails GN. Right now the market maker is still slightly supportive, although I think Charm is negative on it. If they tap 580, do we pull back? Or do they have to hold it here since in the money pumps? I mean, they'll probably try to hold it here as much as they can. The best chance for a downside at this point is probably the 2-year prints a tail. And we get a sell-off. And that forces the 40 and 50, 45, and 40 calls to close, but I feel like even if we fell below them, we'd probably bounce back to them by the end of the day. What's up? Oh, thanks. So 330, slightly higher. Yeah, the rest of those seem pretty useless. 282 is interesting. That position's clearly like IV sensitive. Go EV be affected by Tesla earnings, price movements? Maybe, although probably not a lot. What's the story with Kazoo? I don't know what the fuck that is. It's like some sort of store, retail outlet, online car retailer. Huh. I don't know. I think he meant Kazoo. It's like another stack, but it's way up today. Tesla earnings may be bad, but priced in already. And mechanically, Tesla doesn't have very far it can drop, like another $10 or so, without a significant sell-off in the underlying. Abandoning your NVIDIA calls? I'm already stopped out of the call side. I'm still holding the put side open, but I need a pretty big drop for that to make... Well, any drop at this point is more premium back. Ugh. Is this where we gap up, then hit PCE comes in, and we give up all the gains? We go back to 5,000, except VIX will be at 16. Those puts will be more profitable than the calls if you hold till end of week. Well, they're not really puts. Well, they are, but they're debit spreads. Yeah, we'll see. I can hold them into the end of the week. I already made my money back on the call side. But if we get a bounce off GN, I'm going to close them. Is the tail signaling views that inflation is not improving? The bond market doesn't expect the Fed to cut. it's a little dump, and there's definitely support. We filled the gap, but I think we're gonna need more than that, a lot more than that to break down. Too many buy the fucking dippers. They don't matter. It's just short vol, like quintupling down on their positioning in order to avoid getting blown up. Right now, this looks very similar to like the August or September bounces, at least based on positioning and stuff. Somebody forgets a pump to 80. I mean, they tried, but just weren't successful. Commissions are too much on SPY. How are people trading this shit? It's $3 USD round trip if you get filled on CBOE2, and literally 302 if you get filled on Pearl. Are you in? Oh, you're in EU. To tell us about your commissions. No one cares. So fucking. It's like I think it's free on WeBull, isn't it? Oh no, they raised it. Yeah, they got rid of the free trades. But yeah, it's definitely not fucking $3. Fed bids 328.9 million on the 2-year. Jamie Dimon says, on a soft landing, put me on the cautious side of that one. Even if we go into recession, the US consumer's in good shape. There's a chance stagflation is happening again. Awesome. Thanks, Jamie. If only they listened to you like they did the guy at BlackRock yesterday. The random nobody who came out and made a statement from BlackRock. Maybe don't try and buy an option if you can't make $3. Are they even worth buying if you can't lose 500? Jimmy also said this is the most dangerous geopolitical climate since World War II. Yeah, everyone's in a recession. Wartime. Jamie Dimon is a Chad. There I said it. Maybe an unpopular opinion. I like him. He doesn't lie to people. That's kind of cool. We haven't had stagflation since the 70s, and we haven't had it yet, so I doubt stagflation happens. I've been over this with you before, but your definition of stagflation is far too textbook. Stop hurting Milton Friedman. Just don't bring up Basel IV. I mean, Jamie Dimon is diverting plenty of money to the U.S. Senate and Congress in order to prevent those deposit increases from happening. Because if they do, he won't be able to buy other banks when they fail. I think it speaks volume that he doesn't lie is now a bonus and not the baseline. I mean, most influential people in finance lie their asses off to the public. So having someone that doesn't lie has always been a bonus versus the baseline. I mean, I started working in finance right after the GFC. That's when I got out of school. So yes, the world economy has been in worse shape. The Great Financial Crisis, 08 through 2012. No tail. 4.904 before the auction. 4.898 after. Bid to cover 2.66, which isn't great. Yeah. Sells 69 billion, 77% of the bid at high. Primary dealers 15%. Ooh, that's low for the 2-year. Indirect 18, or direct 18, indirect 66.22. Came in 6 points under. Although the rest of the action doesn't look very good. I guess the bid to cover is a little bit better than last time. No, a little worse than last time. No tail. So not bearish, not bullish, and we're out of upside room. We're not out of upside room from here. We have room to 85. But it's not like we got a tail and it's gonna spike vol or anything. Although the 2-year has already moved above the auction high. Almost immediately afterwards. It's now 4.92 at spot. Why don't poor countries just put like 50 million a year into the SPY and use the dividends to build roads? And in 100 years, they'll be wealthy. SPY dividend is garbage. Why don't they just buy treasuries? Is who lying to you? Jamie Dimon? Cheppy? I said out loud, if 2 years almost 5%, why don't I move to cash and go treasuries and avoid the stress? Seriously. I don't see any problem with that. It's not really stronger. bump in Delta. Any bumping out of the money positioning. No, but I kind of just want to buy the 5100 now. This future is going to break out here or what? How much of a drop are you expecting after ups into Thursday? I have no idea. It depends on the data. Like I think PCE is going to be a little hotter than expected, and I think GDP will too. But that doesn't mean I'm right. Will Lulu continue up? Oh, it's reversing. I mean, it looks pretty strong. Is it gonna like regain 400? Maybe not. Their guidance is still way down. Maybe they revise guidance at the next earnings. But I think a lot of the price improvement in Lulu is just speculation. I don't think retail's doing that much better. When big old dumpers? I don't know if we're gonna get big old dumpers today. Why is everyone trying to get big old dumpers? There was a shitload of support at 50 through 40. I got a fuck ton of it. The chances of us breaking down through that are very, very small. If we do, it'd be awesome, but like we could get a big dump, but otherwise it's not happening. What about big old pumpers? I don't know, maybe tomorrow. We got most of the big old pumps today, like earlier. So people learn by watching you, but I'm not like bearish. What about big old sweater puppets? Interesting. You're saying I should just admire the cat gains? I mean, cat still has a lot of room. It hasn't even broken out of its trend yet. If this breaks up, it's going to go to like 75 or 80. Can we drift back to 50-50? 50-55 is still possible. I don't know about 50-50. If we start pushing into 50-50, that's going to start to break down the call walls that are supporting our current price action, right? So yeah, it'd be unlikely for us to push down into those levels. Maybe closer to the end of the day, but even then, I think we still have plenty of support at 60-55. They haven't been able to break above 70. No, because there's a lot of out of the money sold calls at those levels, and also there's just not a lot of call interest at like 65 and 70, so it's hard to get over the hump or out of the saddle. Tesla has earnings. Why would you buy options on it? They're overpriced. This price action is garbage. I mean, it could be a lot more fun if we start actually losing levels instead of just dropping $3 and then bouncing $3. I don't think you're shadow banned, Taco Squire. I stopped out at the top of that. You guys can profit now. Thanks, man. The upside has been relentless today. Ugh. It was relentless earlier. I wouldn't say that any of this has been particularly relentless. It's just been like chopping up and then failing. There have been some like strong dip buys, but all of those have led to failures too, right? This is where it got weird. It was like when we broke to the upside of that like 55 level. Like that breakout was very strange. It was on really low volume. I think it was longer dated call buying, but I'm still not really sure. I thought it was calls squeezing, but I didn't see any movement in the calls at all. Folks are way too bearish on Tesla. Folks are just anything on Tesla is bad. I don't know why people are talking about it. Like it's some pivotal fucking earnings call. It doesn't matter at all. Their performance is probably going to continue to be lackluster, and they just cut prices again, which has so far not been a very good thing for them. Will 350 Go EV ever go in the money? Maybe not. But if it does, it can squeeze. When Tesla bang bot, and that'll send Tesla to 1,000 a share. No, just flat. Like there's just nothing on Tesla, right? The options chain's like dead. Like fucking no one cares. Everyone's trying to buy options that are pricing in like a 16% move, and it's just going to open flat tomorrow, and everyone's going to get fucking burned and cry about it. They're only weirdly cheap because you're looking like $50 out of the money popcorn. Compared to BKNG. Jesus. Stop molesting my brain. When short-term treasury is 6%. How does this downside make you feel? Nothing. I have no feelings towards it. If it breaks 55, then I might have some. I have good news for you. I'm about to have a meeting. What does that mean? I have better news for you. Yes. What's your cat downside hedge? I don't have one. What losses? I'm up on the position. My downside hedge is a stop. I'm free the remainder of the day for asking which type of cookie best describes your relationship with your mom. Chocolate chunk caramel coconut. Yeah, it's like that. At least I didn't say snickerdoodle, right? How many is too many gold calls? How many do you have? That's a whole lot of flavor for one cookie. I know, it's complicated. A few? That's not a specific number. Sounds like you have a few too many, maybe. Hold on. That's just that stops. Oh well. Two is a couple, three is a crowd, a few is at least four too many calls than you should have, especially if not hedged. I mean, gold is highly speculative and tied mostly to currency fears, which, because financial conditions are easing over the last 2 days, are easing, right? But that's not necessarily something that's going to persist. Do you plan on exiting your cap position before end of day tomorrow? I mean, there's a chance I could exit it today, but probably, yeah, I'd like to be out of it before earnings. If it keeps stagnating here at resistance at like 65, I'm going to take profit on probably half of it before the end of the day. A breakup could take us to, well, if we could break 75, we could test maybe 85. Yeah. That's over. This is just fucking boring. Continuation, but not today. Maybe. VIX getting kind of close to 16. Wonder if VIX gets low enough if we could see any de-risking on this sold put side. That was RSP today, up 100 points. There's an awful lot of breadth on this bounce, and tech is arguably underperforming. Interesting. 2 years back at 4.922. So the tail didn't last long, or the lack of a tail didn't last long. 5-year 4.61. 10 years back at 4.58 though. So back under 4.6. Carry trade's pretty flat today. Forward yield on vol is still positive, actually, but getting very close to zero. Hmm. The pound is still rocketing. But GBP USD is at like 124 right now. And the euro's back over 107. Bear market over again. No, we're gonna push right to the edge of the bear market being over, and then a bunch of data is gonna come in, and that'll either send us hurtling right back to the downside, or into another 1 month rally while inflation reignites even further. That's called mean reversion. If you're bullish, is there any reason you've kept the puts open? I think they're my only downside exposure. Oh, on WeBull? What do I have? Yeah, I think they're my only downside exposure here, too. In your whole portal? I still have a few September Vega puts left. I'm still synth short at 5,200, but that's, I've already bought the calls back. Well, most of the calls back, so I'm like partially synthetic short at 5,200. I still have 10 sold calls left that I haven't bought back yet. Poor turtle? Like, oh, like war turtle. Wouldn't shortfall get punished for quadrupling down after hot GDP, hot PCE, and a hawkish Fed meeting? Probably. Too much uncertainty in the next few weeks to continue the downside, right? We kind of had like a make or break moment going into Monday, and if we'd opened a lot lower, there was a potential that we could have continued further down, but we didn't. They got stability at 5,000 yesterday, and then today they leveraged that stability to push to the upside, but we're still below GN and DN, so if their relentless push to the upside falters in any way, we'll probably fall back down. When GDP, PCE, PCI, CPI, GPI, CDE, next couple weeks. So long story short, NVIDIA 800 end of day. No, NVIDIA already broke gamma neutral, so the market maker's at least somewhat supportive of the downside. That'll make it harder for it to break back down. It could fail, but it won't if indexes don't, and it doesn't look like SPX is going anywhere. In fact, it looks like they're trying to pump the shit out of it, but that's CrowdStrike has been flat right at 300 since I entered my pits. Better chance it goes to like 302 and fucks me, or I get 297 and profit over the next couple of hours. So, like I told you earlier, crowd is above GN as of this morning. It could fall back to retest it, but on the downside moves, the market maker is buying, right? So on falling prices, the market maker is going long, which is what happens when you're in a positive gamma environment. It could pull back, but the market will need to pull back probably too in order for that to happen. Or you're going to need like short-term profit taking at the 300 strike, which is unlikely given that it's like individual equity and everybody has weeklies, right? So you basically you're going to want like an end of day sell off or something that currently doesn't look very likely. Are you doing overnight straddles still? With VIX 16 I will be. I straddled last night. Yeah, SPX. Win 4,500, also win 3,200. Well, 3,200 is highly unlikely. 4,500 is going to have to be at least a failure off of this bounce. Or like something like a Fed hike, or Japan cuts rates or raises rates, or the Fed cuts rates. Like you need like a big, you're going to need like a big change in monetary policy or risk perception. You're highly unlikely. I mean, it's true, right? The SPX probably moves to levels that low once every like 10, 20 years. What about American Civil War? That's not a thing. There aren't enough Americans that are motivated for that to happen. Mule Team 6 coming on hot. Listen, the Gravy Seals aren't making it out of their own county, let alone into other states to facilitate a civil war. Even if they all got together in a big group and they were like, we're going to do this, we're going to have a civil war, they just get taken out by a predator drone in like a couple seconds. Yes. They are the predators. I remember when there were more people in here and we used to have like the far right wing conspiracy people. And they were like, the army will never attack us. We're special. Why is Netflix up 4%? Why not? You banned them all? Pretty much, yeah. But not because of their political views, because, interestingly enough, they were awful in every other aspect as well. It's true, the military's not supposed to fire at the mentally disabled. I miss Flat Earth Guy. Him I just banned because of his political views. Does VIX sub 16 give them a test of 5080, or is it just to stabilize? It's to reduce realized vol into the back half of the day so they can build out their positioning for another leg up tomorrow. We still have right wingers and left wingers. It's just that we don't have any of the extremes anymore. They've largely left. So the stream has become more centrist over time. You had a flat earth guy? I'm jealous. Those guys are infinite sources of fun. They're proof that there is a God and God has a sense of humor. I consider myself neither right nor left wing. I am Gundam wing. So you're saying we need more crazy? No, I don't want to deal with the crazy. Super Stonk gave me enough crazy for a lifetime. No, we just know what we can and can't do to keep you from grounding us. Stop trying to talk to me about sports. He's still got AJ. I mean, yeah, he's still here. The Gravy Seals of Meal Team 6? That's amazing. You've never heard that before? What would 3.4 million do if it was dumped into GoEV 3.5C weeklies? It would blow out the spread and the market maker would steal 90% of your money. Extreme centrist used to be a meme until the guy who just set himself on fire in New York City basically said both sides. I'm going to be honest, that manifesto was poorly written. He kept referencing evidence, but there wasn't any. All manifestos are poorly written. Not true. Imagine lighting yourself on fire to make a point and no one understands the point. I've read the Unabomber manifesto. Your top 5 manifestos. Columbia's popping off. What's going on there? Students protesting the Middle East. There's like 1,000 kids camping. Yeah, I know. They've learned about Middle East political relations from TikTok. Well, I'm not giving... Oh. Students are the worst. I'm not a big fan of idealists. Worse, they learned it from Columbia history professors. Yeah, their history classes are pretty run-of-the-mill. Not that I would know, but I assume they would be. If JFresh wrote a manifesto through Chat GPT, would it still make a sound? It would sound like a bear shitting in the woods. Columbia, the college, that explains a lot about what you've been saying. Yeah. Nobody would diss Columbia, the country's history classes. I mean, they might. Well, I'm just really glad I don't live on the Upper West Side anymore. Walking through protests is the worst. I know a lot of you guys don't live in big cities, so it's not something that you run into often. But I fucking hate it. Especially when they're like in the way of the thing I need to get to. It's too hot to protest in Houston, and no one goes downtown anyway. Do you cross their picket lines like a Chad and then call them poor as you walk away? It's a frightening situation, right? You assume that anybody who's spending their day yelling at the wind, right, is probably stupid. And then they've congregated in large numbers, right? And so you've got a large group of stupid people that you have to then navigate. Large groups of unemployed people. Yeah, they have nothing to lose. I had to like go pick up food. It was like a couple weeks ago. And there was like a Israel Palestine dual protest. Like two protesting groups had found each other on the street, and they were yelling at each other across the entrance to the fucking business I had to go into. So I had to go in between them, right in the crossfire, to get my food. It wasn't amazing. It was bullshit. That's how you catch ear COVID? Hey, I'm Gherkin here. It was like when Larry David was between the protests at the chicken place. Don't spoil the new season. I haven't seen it. It happens pretty frequently in New York. There's always somebody here protesting something, even if it's just one person. But it's easy to avoid one person. Like if it's just like a town crier, like crazy person, you can just walk around them. But big protests are hard to avoid because they block off like entire streets. How often do you sell the legs of your straddle before market open? Not too often. Sometimes on days when there's big data. Usually you can't get the liquidity. If there's like a big data print, you'll get a bunch of liquidity in the pre-market, but otherwise nothing. Most New Yorkers would understand if you just started yelling, "I'm just picking up a pizza." Then you've got to fight for your pizza. I want to make a standard like UL mil-spec IPC ISO. All scams you to continually pay fees, but so embedded you have. What the fuck are you talking about? Holding PM lows on GoEV could continue into tomorrow. Do we have big data tomorrow? We have durables. And part of that will be vehicle sales. Oh man. Yeah, they're just camping on the quad. I assume this is instead of attending the classes that they've paid for. This feels like a win for the school. Like no, like the teachers must be stoked. You don't have to teach, but you still get paid. It's like, where is everybody? Camping in the quad. Just lecture yourself for an hour and a half. Robert Kraft announced he's pulling his endowment. That place rakes in $86 billion a year. They do well for themselves. I've never given them any money. Could we test 80 here? Sure. Yeah. We're almost at 75. That's kind of the break point. All the Columbia professors have now joined your YouTube stream. Oh, awesome. Are there schools that don't tolerate protests? No, generally not. Well, because in the US, it's hard to tell adults what they can and can't do. Although, they don't have to allow them to do it on the property. Like, imagine spending 100 grand a year to send your kid there, and they don't have any classes because everyone's protesting. This would never happen at a college in Texas if they had colleges in Texas. Thousands of bus charges every 3 minutes would have gotten their attention. Maybe. I like the way you think, Beef. We have some of the best universities in the country in Texas. Just outside of the top 15, right? UT is top 10 in a bunch of metrics. All I'm saying is we aren't a West Virginia or a Kentucky. Okay, that's fair. But not like a California, New York, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, or Massachusetts, right? Connecticut has Yale. Do they have anything else in Connecticut? No. New Jersey has colleges. Princeton? Yeah, Browns, Rhode Island. Better than anywhere in the Midwest. University of Chicago and Northwestern would beg to differ. University of Michigan's a big school. It's not a very good school. Can we retrace now? No. I don't see why we would. Purdue's a good school. I don't know about Notre Dame. DeVry University is the top school in New York. No, it's not. Didn't they go out of business? Purdue doesn't even make real boilers. U of M is a great school. I went to one of their rivals, and even I will admit U of M is good. I wouldn't hire anyone from there. Maybe Ann Arbor. But that's like a different school. It's 21, alright? Cool your fucking heels, poopy pants. University of Chicago is super lame. Have you met anyone from there? Blech. I assume Carl went there, even though I know he didn't. Sorry, I'll pack away my university elitism. They all teach basically the same shit. And the people who attend top 10 colleges are rarely smarter than anyone else. They just tend to be wealthier. Citadel's in Florida and New York. I got forklift certified at Jewel Osco. It's just about networking. I mean, in finance, it's pretty hard to get a job unless you went to a top 10 school. Maybe 15. Why aren't we moving higher? There's calls. Like, there's no reason for us not to move up from here. We're just not. Like, once we broke 70, we should have just started pumping it. Is it like a big fucking put wall out on like a further expiration or something? Oh, there is. There's a big fat fucking put wall at 75. Not on the intraday though. It's just all calls. Hey, some of the 50/40s took profit. George Bush Jr. went to Yale. You don't have to be smart to go to Ivy Leagues. The DUI king of Texas. Well, you have to be smart or rich, with the emphasis mostly on rich. School of Stock used to be a highly regarded place of learning, but they stopped issuing new curriculum. Yeah, they did. The administration decided that they hated editing videos. How high do you think oil goes this year? I think that's just entirely based on escalation in the Middle East, right? I was touched inappropriately by a teacher at School of Stock. Did you file a report? I have a degree from a school. It's called the School of Life. Wait, didn't you go to like engineering school? And the People's University of Somalia? Okay. And a PhD in Somalian studies. Curious on your thoughts on this. Days that seem to be volatile enough, just buying 0 DT, SPX Strangle, 1020 out of the money. Close one after it's 100%, plus free leverage. Is this sustainable? When VIX is high, yeah. Yeah, well, you've had the bonus of having rising volatility, right? Does School of Stock have any tuition assistance programs or grants for guys who can't trade good? Pretty sure it's free. Proud graduate of the Djibouti College of Engineering, Finance, Culinary Arts, and Bronze Age Warfare. Warfare? Who did I send 17K to? I don't know. Probably someone on Discord. You still never put out how to calculate GM video. Nope. Yeah, that's correct. No, warfare. Like a war of wares? Wayfair is the free and liquid exchange of ziblets. There's a lot of shady stuff that has to go into facilitating that liquidity, though, dork. No, Wayfair. Oh. So you can't normally trade the first 2 hours of the day, but I love overnight straddles. Sometimes my sell both limit orders are great. Not always. Would trail stops be better on average? I've never tested trail stops on them. You could try it. I'm not a big fan though, because you could get blown up on chop. And that could be really bad some days. Why the absolute fuck won't SPX do anything? Is this bearish? You'd think. Yeah, you'd think that the painfully slow upside would be at least slightly bearish, given that we're below DN and GN. But no. No, it's not. Somehow. You've got just what? It looks like they've dusted off Todd, pulled him out of his casket, and propped him up at his desk. Yeah. The forward return on volatility is almost negative. We're getting so close. I love financial conditions loosening for literally no reason. Don't mind me today. Okay. Should I just go fuck myself instead of watching this price action? I mean, you're in Turkey. You could maybe get someone else to fuck you instead. Citadel. Probably have a satellite office. Well, Gorg, PMI saved the market. It was flat. And it's not even the ISM PMIs. It's the bullshit S&P ones. Do they hire women? Why is that a problem, Lawrence? You were just about to go fuck yourself. That wouldn't have been a woman, I assume. Now you're being picky? But hey, they're buying all the dips again. Checks out. Yeah, that's what we're dealing with. New home sales saved the market. Oh yeah, a spike in housing inflation is going to be great. At least the pickle jar was fully prepared for this bounce, and nobody overheld their puts, right? I mean, I know you did, Popcorn Trader. I did not overhold my puts. I did sell my calls too early, though. I sold some of my debit spreads when we were at like 65. And I'll admit, I'm a little unhappy about that now. I've been gone for a month. I'm glad to hear the pickle jar hasn't changed. I keep getting older and the pickle jar stays the same. Grits and eggs. HCP halted. Big ups. Ooh, someone buying them out. Didn't overhold and made money on the hedge. Nice. What's a pickle jar? Usually a container made out of glass, vacuum sealed, that contains pickles. So the famous phrase, people who live in glass jars shouldn't throw stones, comes from. You may have heard it there before. Shouldn't throw pickles, I think the saying goes. Don't throw pickles with your bros. Seeing as VIX is now delisted, how are they going to keep shorting vol? You're a monster if you throw pickles. Don't go chasing waterfalls. HCP is a cloud platform. Are we getting AGI? Should I sell my worldly possessions? No, I don't think that's a concern. Why can't pickles be in plastic jars? Microplastics. Possession, singular. Can we get a runaway bearish if we fail 55? 50. Maybe. Expired puts. So should I be wiping my pickles off with cling wrap? Why do you need to wipe them off? I think we should analyze the behavior to remove the brine. Have you never eaten a pickle on stream? I think I have, like once. This looks so bearish, but the infinite dip buying is kind of an issue. There's quite a lot of it. Yields are stabilizing a bit. Dollar's not coming back right now, though. Somehow commodities have pushed up. Jesus Christ. You know what's weird is despite the vol shorting, the skew index is still dropping. There are a lot of short calls on CAT 365. Not a ton, no. I'm getting sick of buying calls to recover from my bad decisions. IBM nearing a buyout deal for HashiCorp. Oh, it better be below where I fucking sold it. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Is it at $27 a share? IBM. How are we looking for the rest of the afternoon? I don't know. It looks like we still have a bunch of support. And persistent dip buyers are going to make any downside moves to the rest of the day. Actual hell. What the fuck is this? Okay, that's not real. Hmm. What's your outlook on DKNG? Are they in the middle of a gamma squeeze? Dork, stop talking to me about your one put. That one put represents 5% portfolio exposure. Is GoEV going to $111? No, you forgot the decimal. It's $1.11. Whoa, VIX sub 16. It's been sub 16 for like an hour now. I don't know why. why would GoEV go to $111? I don't know why not. Because there's no positioning that could facilitate that. $100 to 1 reverse split. They just did that practically. Hmm. Yeah, every time momentum's even remotely started to reverse today, it's immediately bounced back the opposite way. Every single dip has been bought. Although I will say, for a breakout of the uptrend, this is weak. They're just pumping through breadth like it's no one's business. Yeah, yeah. R2K is up 200 BPS today. Dow's up 70. Look at Walmart shitting the bed. It's perfectly reasonable. Fucking Duolingo's up 7%. Hmm. The screen hurts. Turn it off. Turn it off. Their bad earnings gonna drop below Boeing below 160. They could, yeah, possibly. One sec. Does anything bearish happen if we don't test 5080 today for the 900th time? No. Does anything bearish happen if the market closes and then opens tomorrow? Also now, what factors do you look at when deciding to straddle for QQQ, SPY, IWM? I don't straddle any of those. For the pores, I mean, I don't know. I don't straddle any of them. QQQ and IWM tend to have better range. SPY's a little cheaper. Stop betting on $50 pullbacks. Jesus Christ. I figured out the first item for the pickle merch shop. It's just going to be a tiny robot with a stick that you mount to your keyboard over the enter key, and every time you try to buy a put, it hits you. Instructions unclear. Full port at a $50 pullback by close. But what if we are breaking down? I mean, if we were, positioning would be falling off. We'd know well in advance of the breakdown that things were breaking down. I would be like, hey, things look like they're breaking down. Can I hear your take on how you anticipate housing prices will react to market correction? I'm considering fixing up a 3-unit apartment building. I think housing prices are more concerned with the yield curve. And I think no matter what direction the market goes, the top end of the yield curve is probably going to go up, which means that lending conditions are going to tighten. As far as the rental market goes, are you planning on selling the 3-unit building or renting it out? I just tuned in 10 seconds ago. Did you say things are breaking down? No. If we were breaking down, there would probably be more red candles, right? There'd be 2 red candles in a row at least. And that's been hard to get today. Have you guys looked at the 5-minute? It's terrible. The 15's even worse. I have calls, they're in the money. It's great. It's okay. The only thing that could break this uptrend is some kind of news, at least for today. I have no idea what tomorrow looks like. Yeah, pretty much. What happened to the Go EV moon launch? It got stuffed right alongside the VIX. Although it's still in a good spot, so I'm not that worried about it. IV's getting crushed a bit again. The monthly looks good for bears. Yeah, but we're in the middle of a like capitulation rally, right? That could very easily turn into a full reversal. Back to 52 before 45. 52 is still a long way off. But we could, yeah. Cat looks fine. There's still a bunch of underwater sold puts at 5,200. My guess is we go back to 5,200. There's a lot of underwater sold puts at every strike. I just received a Manscaped ad. Yeah, we're partnering with Baradactyl. Tomorrow has durables, which is a big deal. No underwater sold puts at 6,000. I'm not sure that that's true. Hmm. Yeah, just stuck here still. 75.60. Starting to get some more 80, 85 calls coming in. I'm not sure those aren't sold. But if they close at the end of the day, we could move back up to those levels. Maybe we get some more volume in power hour. Mm, 40-45 have started selling off a bit. Let me look at tomorrow. It's too early, really, but kind of curious. How's it hanging? It's alright. Why is everyone pretending Tesla isn't going to crash the market tonight? Why would Tesla crash the market? $4.24. Bob. You're gonna listen to Tesla earnings? Fuck no. I don't care. Interestingly, tomorrow has a lot of puts. 75, 90, 5100. A bunch of calls at 5110. 50, 60, 50, 50. Still pretty well defended. Breakdown at 45. What about Friday's expiration? That's gotta be where all this fucking call interest is coming in. Too much delta for it to just be intraday. Why would anyone vote yes to give Elon that package? Because the people that still own that piece of shit are obviously obsessed with him. That's why he keeps dropping the prices. He's trying to tank the stock to get all of the non-cult members to sell. And then he can get his pay package and he can start pumping it again. It's genius. There's still a lot of fucking puts out on Friday's expiration. Although all of them are below 50-50. There's still a chunk of them. Selling the 50-50 and the 50-25 puts really heavily. I said the plan was genius. I didn't say he's a genius. It was also my plan. If you vote yes, you enter a raffle to receive a free horse. Does Tesla even have enough market cap left to crash IWM? Tesla's market cap is still like $500 billion. Google's earnings projections are lower than last quarter. VIX can no longer drive. It depends on the state. And also if they're a member of a farming household. I feel like we could get some violence in Power Hour. I don't know. I don't really know if an uptick in volume here is really going to change much. You know they're gonna say AI until Goog to 200 and AI bubble bursts? Or Tesla? I mean, I don't think anyone cares if they say AI. Calls are getting super cheap though. Yeah, realized falls crushing. Oh, Vol's crushing. Realized Vol's probably still going up, actually. Hmm. I don't think we have any other data today. Did the report on the money supply not come out? No, Google at their earnings. Oh. I don't think anyone cares about Google's AI either. They've definitely gotten sandbagged the hardest in the space that they created. Can you get futures pumped at 51.58? I think it's above 5100 and the 200 hour moving average. The 200 hour moving average? The next major level on futures is like 51.20. I'm on lunch. Did I miss the party? There's not been a lot of partying. Trash Dan, Gherkin is taking pre-orders for a robot merch that slaps your hand. I'm putting some feelers out there. Hey Greg, it's a bit hard to hear ES. Can you turn the volume up? That's by far the worst part of this. There hasn't been any decent volume since like 10:30 this morning. Yeah, it's gonna be like a tiny figurine of me with like a little paddle. Are you bullish or bearish into the end of the year? It depends on if the market corrects. More than we just did. Right now I'm pretty neutral. Why does GoEV look dead? Is it some sort of trick? No, it's 30 cents lower than it was earlier. Can it slap more than just our hands? I don't know what you're gonna do with it. It needs a Raspberry Pi with Wi-Fi so it can listen to the stream with us and determine whether to strike us for buying a put or not. Another 50.75 dip buy opportunity. Thank you. All right. Explain the need for VIX so you have a understanding of 30-day implied volatility. I'm kidding. It's just a way to sell more contracts on stuff and generate fees. Why does VIX need to be a tradable product? Because of... Yeah, okay. Yeah, I got it. I'm gonna need 20 more candles just like that one. Can I hook my Gherk slot bot up to a Neuralink so that it punishes me for having impure thoughts? Sure. Yeah, I can see that being a functionality that we work towards. My 4075Cs are in trouble. No, they're not. Real estate seems like a bubble nobody's talking about this year, but the propping or at least deflating of said bubble feels inevitable at some point. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are talking about the issues with real estate. Most of the issues in real estate are on the like commercial side and multifamily residences, right? Because of leverage and slightly declining rent prices. The bigger issues in real estate will come when the top end of the curve moves up and borrowing becomes far more difficult than it currently is. That'll also see a decline in current equity holdings, which can lead to foreclosures. Probably in line with some spike in unemployment. But not as long as the government's spending their way out of all their problems. If the slaps encourage me to have more impure thoughts, will it overload the slap hand? I think we're gonna. I mean, we'll try to focus on keeping the durability of the slapping hand, or the number of like rotations of the mechanism very high. Maybe we could even make it replaceable, so that if it does get worn out, it can just be hot swapped. Last time Gravy ran up, how many days did it take to get to its high at 481? I don't know, it was like a week or something like that. One, two, three, four, five. 5 days? It hit its high Thursday after March OPEX. It looks like they've started covering again, though. I don't think that was material science. Saw a stat, some 40% of single family home sales last year were from BlackRock Vanguard. Renters are going to get fucked. I mean, BlackRock and Vanguard might just get fucked, right? Because everyone can just undercut them in the market. And I don't think that's true, because Vanguard and BlackRock have been shedding their home, like single family home ownership holdings for quite some time. I'm trying to woo you. Don't undercut me like this. I'm sorry. I'll keep talking material science. Teflon. It's slippery. BlackRock's been buying a lot of single family homes here in Canada. Have they, though? Van Rock? Blackstone. What about Blackstone? Good rental market because most people can't afford homes here. True. Any sign of bulls closing some of their in the money calls? No. No. Any sign of weakness? Also no. 55, 60. People don't understand that while institutions have been buying single family homes, they're also significantly underwater on a ton of their SFR assets. It's good to know that our housing market will be tied to the failure of one single asset manager. My 0DT Iron Condor 50, 55, 5100, 5105 printed today. Nice. No problem, man. 430 a good target for GoEV? No. No, it's going to have a very hard time breaking 350. Although if it does, it could get very spicy. $111 is the GoEV target. Again, you forgot the decimal. I mean, if CMBS go ploop, MBS go ploop too. Power hour, oh boy. Yeah, here we are. Zero 0.111. There you go. What if I told you everyone, and I mean everyone, is ramping up CLO issuance? Then I would say that we're going to get 2008 all over again. Oh, the market didn't like that. But way worse. Way, way worse. Popcorn, what's your secret? I'm worth way more than you. Take it back, Gherk. You're scaring the market. I didn't mean to scare it. Man, I feel sick. Fuck. future sellers? Ooh. We fell back into the trend. And volume was ever so slightly higher. How much time do we have left? An hour? Hold on. Need some food, my guy? I'll have some later, if I remember. Ooh, yeah, 50, 40, 45 took a bunch of profit. Still supported 60, though. And 65. And 45. It's me? I was wondering if after all these years you'd like to meet to go over everything in your DMs. Alright, hold on. That's amazing. Oh, Jifresh said something. I've now been a non-poor longer than I've been a poor, apparently. Nice. Thank you so much, Russell. Sick like ill or sick like extreme? Sick like not under the weather. Feel like shit today. I don't know what it is either. It's like this entire part of the year, I never know if I'm like actually sick or if it's just some weird allergy symptom I've never felt before. Read the Ko-Fi. I read the Ko-Fi. It's Baby Well Nuke featuring Adele. Don't distract Gherk during pooty times. We need his gamma. What gamma? Don't say things like 505 end of day. That one guy's gonna buy fucking 4980 puts. Where does the market maker want this to close? Like 50, 60. Although, if we fall below that, that would be very bearish. This dip too will be bought. All dips will be bought until there's no more dips. No, we're not going to 5100 end of day, Lily. We're falling kind of fast. Are we? Eh. I promised 5069 hours ago, and I've delivered like 3 times. I might be a stock god. What if one day the dip dips so hard that it doesn't get bought for a day or two? That was the last like 2 weeks. Our dips dipped so hard they didn't get bought. When you have a straddle with way out of the money put legs, do you hold them till expiry? Sometimes. It depends on how far out of the money they end up. I still have 50-10 puts from this morning. They're for Friday. But, I mean, if we pull back to like 50-50 or 50-40, I can close them for more. And they're paid for. Did you buy back your 5100s? They're closed. I haven't closed all of my 5200s sold calls yet. But that's just because, I mean, I might as well just let Theta keep eating them. Like, price hasn't really moved enough for me to buy them back. Did you make money? I mean, yeah, I synth shorted 5100 when we were still at like 5150, so. And I closed a lot of it on the bigger downside move. I wish I'd bought more of them. Since shorted at $50 out of the money. We were at 5150 when I got those. I thought you said you went synth short strike 5100 when it was at 5150. Yes. That's what I did. You're talking about the sold call. The sold call's was in the money. But the put's out of the money. Why is the market acting like we're not below GN, DN? Because there's a bunch of 0 DTE calls that are floating the MM hedge at 40, 50-40 through 50-60. No, I'm not playing Tesla puts. Those calls are about far out of the money in the pre-markets. They have every reason to simply let them expire and cash settle. We've actually closed some of them, but yeah, they do. More of the same tomorrow. It depends on durables. Anything that triggers a sell-off here could blow up the 0DT supports. And durables could definitely do that. Don't forget, we're still below delta neutral and gamma neutral. This recovery is definitely still a slog. It's not going to be easy. There's also not a lot to squeeze out, which is a bit different than prior reversals, right? There's just not a lot of like sold calls. So it'll be harder to get like a full reversal, like back in November or something. Durables is tomorrow morning. I think it's before market open. Yeah, 8:30. And durables orders are expected to rise quite a lot, which is not I mean, it shouldn't be bullish. It might be treated as bullish in the short term, but it's highly inflationary and on one of the stickiest parts of that inflation, right? Slog recovery, but the cat never misses. Cat got rejected a little here off of the upside test. I'm not sure that this is bearish, but I took a little bit of profits. It seemed wise. Um I still think the upside looks pretty good based on positioning, but you never know. If durables is really weak, that could be bad for cat. If it's strong, that's probably going to be good for them. I know what it is, but for everyone else, can you explain durables, like the report, or what a durable good is? Ooh, say more about sticky parts. Canned soups, but not the Panera brand stuff and the plastic. FTC just voted to ban non-competes nationwide. Cool. Socialize the IP. Hey, Dork. We're gonna need to implement some sort of enforced blood in, blood out system. Maybe we could source our HR department from one of the cartels. I hear they're very good with employee loyalty. That's what I was thinking? Okay. Yeah. Are there still non-competes in Djibouti? I don't know. I guess it depends on how much money we throw at it. Unsubbed. Can I be your HR department? Get some guys from Brazil. You can make a strong case for a good contract due to your holdings. I'm an expert in psychological manipulation and company first policies. Did you learn that in New Jersey? Maybe we do a trade. If you go to a competitor, we get to use your likeness. How about we just revoke their pension? Yeah, I like that. I'm a corporate shill. I see that. I'm actually really worried about that one guy who might not know what durables are. I just want to let you know that my permits got approved for construction of 10 Wendy's in Djibouti. Perfect. Did you get the non-competes written up? Gherk on stream. I'm kind of worried about this guy. Gherk off stream. There's so much exit liquidity out there. There always is. Poopy pants. My house is pretty durable. Does that count? I mean, no. It's, real estate's not really considered a good, like part of the, like a, yeah. It could be. You're gonna piss off a lot of economists, though. I will always be a limit sell for you to fill. Thanks, man. I'm from Texas. My dad's from Mexico. Transportation of undesirables to offsite locations is well within the remunerable package I offer. My HR application is in your DMs. Okay, noted. Maybe we should just get in touch with Boeing and see how they handle it. A tortoise is a durable. A hamster is a perishable. My pickle's pretty durable. I use it as a hammer. Sounds dry. How about mobile homes? Do they have wheels? Definitely seems wise to take the profits on cat. If it has high reliance on durables, it seems risky. Yeah, that's why I took some profits on it. I wonder if I should go long NVIDIA again for tomorrow. Huh. I could. Man, that guy got fucked on CrowdStrike. It just never went under 300 again. They're loading up to pump the shit out of this into the end of the day. They could. Up to like 85. Although the out of the money calls are weaker than they were. Looks like we got a pretty good path up to 51.15 tomorrow. Some put walls in the way, but not too many of them. 50.60 is still supportive. There's a lot of puts building up to the downside, and they're all sold. They are massively increasing Vega risk. This is a very dangerous game. Why would they play it? So they're underwater puts at 5100, 5125, 5150, and 5200, right? They've got the 5150s back out of the money, but the 5075s are still in the money. Hmm. You know, it's interesting. Not a lot got added to the synth long at 5,000 on the bounce. You'd think they would have leveraged that back up, but it's still dropping. The 5-day OI change has a lot near spot, but it's on. Hold on one second. That was weird. This whole day's been a bunch of stop losses chewing away at me. Yeah, it's been awful. Can I interest you in a helium arbitrage play? Is it just you inhaling helium and then talking? They're selling a lot of in the money puts. I mean, they are massively like yesterday they sold. There was like almost like Vega exposure increased by almost like 6 billion. Um, son of a bitch. No, it's selling hydrogen as helium. That's gonna create some problems. What about like birthday parties? Or medical purposes? Birthday parties will now be called Hindenburg parties. Hydrogen and birthday candles. It's explosive good time. I like how volume's going down into the end of the day. Bullish. Is it? There's a part of me that feels like we've just blown off like a bunch of T+2 de-risking, and this is going right back down again. The call positioning is so weak, and it's like only at the money. They're not buying like there's no change in like out of the money call OI, which is really strange. Like after 5100, there's nothing. It's just puts taking profits, but there's no call buyers. Even above like 50-50, there's very little increase in OI. I have 51. Well, I sold 51 15s, but I have them. Oh, you may have bought one of the ones I sold. I didn't say 51 15s are free tomorrow. Not at all. It just looks like that's where we could head. We're gonna need a lot more zero DTE buying though. Especially at 90-95. Also well, let me look at tomorrow's expiration and see what's coming in, because it's getting like swamped out by the delta today when I look at both. So I gotta separate it out. What? Why the fuck is it loading 426? No, GDP's Thursday. Tomorrow's durables. GoEV is the worst investment I've ever made, and I bought a shake weight. You've owned it for 2 days. 3? 24 hours? But you bought it at the top of the end of the day yesterday, right? Do you think we'd have a healthier market if there wasn't zero DTE? Shit like today would be impossible. It would cost way too much money. So pullbacks would be far healthier. It would take longer to build substantial support and turn around price action. Yes, of course. Don't belittle me. I wasn't. Carl's wife is durable. She's definitely lasted longer than 3 years. Why the fuck isn't this loading? Hold on. Ugh. I got a shipment of puff pastry. I'm gonna make sausage rolls. I'm gonna make the sausage. Make a Wellington? I could. I don't like Wellingtons very much. Wellington is overrated. Yeah, I generally feel that way about it. I'm not gonna put any turmeric in it. Wellington wood? I was thinking like pepper, sage, onion, ginger, mace, nutmeg. I just got paid $3K an hour over the course of scalping that red candle. Nice. There are already 2 organizations suing to block the non-compete ruling. So far. I have the feeling Gherk's kitchen has sausage links hanging from the ceiling. Nope. Nope. But I do have sausage casing soaking in my sink. I've got like a meat grinder attachment for my uh like stand mixer that I've never used. This dip bang's the worst I've seen in a while. They must have gotten really close to getting fucked. No. The problem is they are still very close to being fucked. Real casing or that synthetic stuff? Real casing? You freezing the dye for the meat grinder? Oh, to keep it from getting all sticky and gross? I was just gonna put, like crushed ice in. I've got the pork at 33 degrees. So it should be cold enough to get through the first pass. How much are you grinding? I want to make like 4 pounds, 4 or 5 pounds. The 70 resistance. Yeah, I bet. I didn't sell the calls above it though because it's too risky, especially the last like 10 minutes. To use those sausage casings as condoms? No, I was gonna use them as sausages. Go EV to rip tomorrow? I mean, it kind of ripped a bit today. I don't know. Looks like it could. Tips are getting weird. They're touching. Touching tips do uppies. So. I mean, not really weak bulls. They're just in a shitty position. They bought a fuck ton of Delta, but that left them short. Well, a little short-sighted on the gamma, right? And so, without a lot of out of the money gamma, it's hard for us to like move up quickly. So we moved up very fast into the out of the money gamma at the beginning of the day, but then there wasn't really a lot more gamma to keep driving price. I mean, like 90 to 100 basis points is kind of what the was pricing in yesterday. So I wouldn't say that we like ripped, but we definitely ran up. How come no V? Because they actively fought back against like like all the pullbacks, right? Like we had one here that should have pulled back. Like this should have pulled back under 40, but they bought the ever loving fuck out of it. And they just kept doing that all day in order to prevent the price from falling. Because if we failed 50, then they would have had to have sold off their 40 45s, which would have meant, back to 5,000 basically. Like those 40 45s are the only thing that supported this. So they kept those from de-risking for pretty much the entire day. Wouldn't go EV under $3? I don't know. It definitely doesn't like the rising or the well, it doesn't like the rising market or dropping volatility. I think the position's fairly IV sensitive, which makes sense. Not necessarily collapse tomorrow, but if durables is really hot or something, and it's kind of expected to be hot anyway, but if it's really hot, that could cause some issues. When cut go EV under 3? If it fell below like 290 or 80, I would cut it. I still think it's in a really good position. Like it's still on reg show. It still hasn't resolved all of that synthetic liquidity. So something's got to give, right? Supposing durables aren't a surprise, yeah, I would assume that bulls will push 51, 15. Hmm. I don't think anything matters at this point. At least not as far as gaps go. No, I don't think we get a lot of 355 shenanigans. There might be some case for buying like the 50-70 call. Maybe. And seeing if we push up into the like 75s, but it's kind of risky. This looks pretty tightly bound. Oh, maybe out of the money. Hmm. No. Yeah, it's just 70 calls are going to sell off. This is probably supported at 65. Actually, if the 75s dump, those might just be sold. There's no volume picked up on those there. GoEV crashing the SPX. They're just shorting it on their closing settlement. Hmm. Interesting. I may have nailed that 65 butterfly I sold 3 or 4 hours ago. Nice. Yeah, this doesn't look. I mean, this doesn't look very bullish, right? Like at least looks like it needs to pull back to like back to 50-90 on the future side of things. If not all the way back to trend, right? Which would be like a retest of 5,000. 510. Maybe 550, 50, 10, 50, 15. Haha. I hope that fucking holds. Yeah, we'll see what the closing price is. Ding ding. The day is done. Alright. So we exceeded the market maker's expected move by about, oh, let's say about 30 bips. However, it does appear that we've failed the test at 50.75, which is kind of the reversal point here. I would really say 50.80. So we kind of failed a little bit under, but there's more volume confirmation at the 70 strike. Anyway, so the test failed. And this could mean a pullback, to 50.40, or even a pullback to, like that 505 level back down here. Obviously, durables will have some effect on the direction this takes tomorrow. And I think if durables are also a bit cooler, that will embolden bulls a bit more. And that's kind of what I was expecting to get that move towards, 51.30-ish by Wednesday before GDP. And so this would probably need cooler durables print. If durables demand is way up, especially on the consumer side, that's probably going to push inflation expectations higher. It's definitely going to move the dollar back up. And that could see us get that pullback, right? So that's mostly what I'll be looking for into tomorrow. I'm still slightly hedged, like 50-50 to 51-15. I have like 15 of those spreads left. I don't really have any downside exposure though. So I mean, if it fails, I guess I'll just pick up some intraday puts or something. As far as ES goes, yeah, we're failing the upper test of the trend. This is starting to get pretty distributive, and a failure below 50.90 is going to encourage profit taking from all of the buyers in this range, right? So if this even if it happens overnight, it could start to get all of these buyers to dump their positions. And remember, we don't really have any CTAs coming in until we get back up here above 5,200. So CTAs are still net sellers in all conditions. And the big move in the money delta today was able to stabilize price, but otherwise our sell-offs would have been probably a lot more extreme. That and falling volatility helped a lot. Commodities moved up a little bit today, but negligible amount. Dollar fell, and yields fell earlier in the day, although it does seem that they've recovered in the back half of the day. The 2-year moved back above where it auctioned off at 4.89, now at 4.92, 4.925. Looks like the 10-year started to drift back a bit towards 460, and the 5-year stayed above 4.6, I think, most of the day. The 3-month expectations and 6-month expectations are still not really showing any indication that the bond market thinks the Fed is going to cut rates in the near term. So despite the news and the narrative and what equity markets think, You know, they're still pricing in a federal funds rate right around the current level we're at. Maybe the 6 month is pricing in a little bit more in cuts. Correlation on the 1 and the 3 month is actually fucking crashing, and this is largely an effect of short vol, right? Like short vol is just coming in as hard as it feasibly can, and trying to get that volatility down and get the risk and the margin risk off of those underwater short positions, right? Um, I will say correlation on the 3 month isn't pulling back as fast. So most of the vol shorting is short term, but they are shorting the fuck out of it. And in doing so, they have gotten the forward yield of volatility back to negative and a close at the end of the day today. Um, Probably a big goal there. Stop the constant demand for long vol. That might help not only make options to the upside cheaper, but cool off some of that long vol demand that keeps spiking volatility over the last couple of weeks. Skew isn't updated yet. We got about 28.8% of the S&P above its 30-day moving average, and correlation between VIX and VIX futures is now at negative 19.85, which is still more highly correlated than we were at the end of last week. But most of the improvement in correlation here, I think, is because VIX is dropping and VIX futures are staying relatively flat compared to that drop. And yeah, I mean, VIX in front is down 7%, and VIX futures is only down 4, right? So they're becoming more correlated, but the opposite way. And we're pricing in 36 points of rate cuts, which is a bit higher than we have over the last few days, but it's, I mean, still significantly less than 2 full cuts. Durables could shift expectations on inflation. We could see, I think, between durables, GDP, and PCE at the end of the week, we could possibly see Fed fund futures price out the rest of the second rate cut. I think they'll leave one priced in no matter what until the Fed officially says that they're going to cut all of them out. But we could go down to, pricing in 25 to 20 points of cuts for the rest of 2024. And we'll see how that goes. Obviously, that would have a big impact on the top end of the yield curve, the 10, 20, and 30. And it would have probably a fairly big impact on the 2 year, as well as seeing that demand for volatility return, seeing dollar move up, seeing precious metals move up alongside the dollar. That's dropped in anticipation of GDP being cooler. But if GDP is hot, that's going to reverse back to where it was, if not higher. Tesla, 45 cents a share, 21.3 billion. So missed on earnings, beat on revenues. That's not bad. Go EV tips. Yeah, I mean, they look like they're getting ready to cross back over to the downside, which is, generally means that Go EV is becoming more liquid over time. And that's, a trend that we've been seeing for 2 days now. But that's not nearly enough. We definitely want to see, this move into a range where the stock becomes much more liquid, and that would probably mean squeezing off those 350C to the upside. If it does that, it can, it can run. There's not a lot of interest at $4 and $5 yet, but it could increase. I think, I mean, Gamma Max is pretty far out of the money, but I don't think it's super accurate. The majority of options interest on this is between 3, like 2 and 350. And so once it gets above 350, I mean, you'll get an effect from squeezing those off, if they squeeze off, but it probably won't last long, right? It may just be that the market maker kind of deleverages the hedge on them a bit, and we squeeze, and then people just keep selling them, which could also happen too, right? So, and that's, you know, you might get like 10% over the strike, maybe 20. So everybody and their mother shorted Tesla, and they beat on revenues. Tesla back to 200. Dork's gonna regret the put he closed. I mean, Tesla just didn't have a lot of downside left. That's why I was trying to discourage people from it all day. Visa? Ooh, nice. God, I want to short them into the back half of this year. So bad. But they just never stop making money. Do you see earnings beating or reversing or reverse split incoming? Why would it reverse split? It's not under $1. They don't have any reason to RS. They already meet listing requirements. I made like 300 off of Fruit Loops today. Nice. End phase down. Elon promising the moon. Of course, as long as he gets his pay package. Otherwise, he's going to threaten to run away again. All right. Anyway, I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning. Everybody have a wonderful night. Later.